Go Live Vegas Studios. A little lower, Aaron. We're here with Full Tilt Vegas. You can go ahead and get my book. It's in the book Winning Ways, Avi. You can get this on Amazon, Google. You can Kindle it. I suggest you get it on your phone. That way you have it everywhere you go. This book is a quick read. It's 88 pages. I didn't want to prolong it because a lot of the books out there, I looked at a lot of the books before I had this one published, and they repeat a lot of things. They just keep repeating everything. On blackjack, it was crazy. A lot of the books I opened up, they were like 2-3 inches thick, and they look like they're giving you calculations to go to the moon. It's very simple, especially card counting. It's the method I use is the John Patrick method. It's +1, -2, or it's just simple math. If you can do that, then you could be able to card count. It's just the idea of practicing. One of the best shows that I showed that is a Unicon episode. That was 24. You can go see that. That was a great episode. The Unicon, we're going to be doing that next year in October. The Go Live Vegas studio is going to be there. We're going to have a bigger stage, and we're going to have more guests, hopefully a lot more stars than we had. So that was a great episode on showing you how to card count a single deck, but you can count, bless you, you can count, that was a grizzly bear in the background. And so, single deck, double deck, 6 deck, 8 decks, it's not a big problem. And we're going to show you here the mugs we got here, the Go Live Vegas mugs. You can get those. One side is Go Live Vegas. The other side is Full Tilt Vegas. So you can get those Christmas gifts. They're about $14.95. You can order those as Christmas gifts, or for yourself. You can put coffee or hot chocolate or your favorite Baileys with maybe a little swig of whatever your brand is, like brandy. But you can order those and get those for Christmas gifts. This episode here is part 2, tips on casino games. I actually, on part 1, I actually had some questions. So if you watch part 1, which is 33, was it 33? Oh, 34 episode. 34. That was part 1, and because I got a lot of questions on certain walking up to the table on blackjack, craps, or roulette. I get a lot of questions on craps. I've dealt all the games, all the carnival games. Craps is probably, actually 3-card poker was my favorite game when I was here for the MGM Corporation. I dealt here for a year, and I went back home and I dealt there 16 years in California. But I moved back here to Vegas, the Big V, and so I'm gonna be adding another guest here. It'll be Brett Lawson. We're gonna be going into sports gambling. So probably half the show is gonna be on any questions I get or emails or tweets I get on anything about the games. I'll go ahead and talk about that, and then the other half will be Brett and his picks on football. It'll be on all the sports, but right now we're probably going to just do football. So you can call in when Brett's here. Actually, next Saturday you'll see Brett by himself, and then the next Saturday after that he'll be covering for me because I'm going to be in Tennessee with seeing my son Eric, and I'll be over there. But you can call in when Brett's here. Anybody want to ask anything about sports or any sport, but football, because football's going on right now, and he does his picks. So so episode 1, I did talk about tips on casino games, and I'm gonna go ahead and do the same thing here on part 2. Because I want to cover all I can keep going with other tips, but these ones here I got questions on, like this one here on all my 3 games that I have in the book. those are true stories. The stories that happened to me, those are the stories, but I picked these three on roulette. This one is called The Ball Drops. My son named it. Eric named it The Ball Drop. I was gonna have it called The Magic Ball, but he said, nah, it sounds like a trick, so it's called The Ball Drops. And that's a good title because what happened, that story that happened to me, the ball did just drop and hit my number. So you can read that story. But all those three stories that I talk about in this book, I wanted to have those in there so people can think, well, I'm just like you. I know a lot about how the casino works, the eye in the sky, which most dealers don't know a lot about because they're not supposed to. Eye in the sky people, when they're carpooling or you're on the bus, they can't talk to you. Eye in the sky people cannot talk to you, cannot talk to dealers. So it's just a rule they have here. But I did talk to one that was retired. This was about probably 8 years ago. And she told me a lot of stuff about the eye in the sky. So really surprised. I did talk about some of the stuff in the eye in the sky on some of my shows. Like one of the main ones that I think people will be interested in, all those black domes you see up there, a lot of them, there's no cameras. They just do that. So they're really watching me. But a lot of them, there is no cameras. They got it's a still camera, especially over the table. Some of them are 180s, some are 360s. So I just thought I'd let you know that it's not a big deal. But the dealer's not supposed to talk to the people that work for the Eye in the Sky. Two different entities. I work for the casino, and Eye in the Sky is a different entity from the casino. They're there to protect you and see if anybody's cheating, the casino or you. So you can also get a hold of Gaming Control Board if you have any complaint. You can call them. If you're a slot machine, get the number of the slot machine because they have numbers there. You can get that number, that serial number to the slot machine, what type of machine it's in, and the number of the machine because there's an actual number besides the serial number. And if you think something's wrong with the machine, it's called a GAF. So you can call Gaming Control and they'll come and check it, or you can call the floor manager and you can see if something's wrong with the machine. And if they says nothing's wrong with it and you think something's wrong with it, you can call the Gaming Control and they'll come and look at it. But anyway, there's a lot of things that dealers don't know. I know because I wanted to know. I was very curious about how gaming works, because it's your money. When you're at the horse races or you're at a slot machine, like it says 99% payback, that's not while you're sitting there. That's the life of the machine. That machine might last 20 years. So it's not while you're sitting there. But some machines are looser than other ones. You can go to AmericanGaming.com and you can learn all about how slot machines work, what the payouts are downtown versus the strip. They work on motherboards. That motherboard has the same gaming chip as the control board. It has the exact same. They're duplicate chips. There should be only two of them. And there's one in the machine, and the game control board has the other one. And that's on the motherboard. The other thing is a random generator. That random generator is running 24/7, and it runs at 1,000 series per second. So on I think Gypsy, episode 2, I talk about that, and on 6, I talk about that. A lot of people think that they're waiting for some machine that, hey, look at this machine, it's paying out. Those machines, running by those random generators, they do run on sequence because sometimes you'll notice that they'll hit, and there's a really good chance they're going to hit back to back. It doesn't mean that they're the exact same, but they could hit back to back, and it could be within 3 to 5 minutes. I do mess around with the Keno, which is still the same thing as a random generator. And I noticed I didn't post it. Maybe I should have, but I won. I was at Circa and I was playing Keno, and I usually play on episode 2 and 6. It might be let's see. There was another episode I talked about it. Might have been with Cliff. I was playing about a week ago from whenever this aired, a week, no, a week and a half. Um, and I was playing my numbers 3, 11, 21. Everybody knows my numbers 3, 11, 21. I don't change my numbers. I keep my numbers because eventually they're going to hit. Playing 3 numbers is better than playing 2. 3 numbers is better, a little bit better than playing 4. And playing 10 numbers, like everybody want, we all want to win 100 grand. But playing 10 numbers, the average is 2 numbers. You're going to hit only 2 numbers out of 10. So you can see your chances are not very good winning. I did have the numbers. Now I can't remember because I've been doing a lot of other stuff. Actually, I moved here, so I haven't really been paying attention because I usually keep all the numbers in my head. It took me 2.5 months to move here. It was a process. So, but anyway, yeah, those a random generator. I was playing 3 numbers and I hit it 5 times in probably 15 minutes. I hit my numbers 3, 11, 21, and I hit them 5 times, so I was way up. And so what I did was I was playing a quarter, 3 numbers. I was 42 quarters. And then what I did was I instead of adding a number, because it's harder to hit, once you that random generator is still running 24/7, but the algorithm changes once you play one more number. It's a huge difference because I've done it already 4 or 5 times. And what happened is I usually pick 3, 11, 21. Well, I added a number, which I added 4. The reason why I added 4 is because I noticed 4 comes up a lot. Because the only reason I noticed it because the next number is my number, 3. So I usually play, if I do play it, it'd be 3, 4, 11, 21. And I noticed when I added that one number, I think I was up like almost 500. I was up, yeah, was it $500 or 500 coins? I can't remember. But anyway, I got all the way down to, I think it was 215 coins before it hit. But I hit it within 15 minutes, 5 times, 3 numbers. I added one more number, and I think I was there at the machine for probably a half hour or more, and I barely hit it once, but it took more than half my coins. So you can see how the algorithm changes. So instead of doing that, adding a number, leave the same 3, whatever 3 numbers you pick. So mine are 3, 11, 21. What I did was instead of adding a number, you just add a coin. So instead of playing $25 pull, I played 50 cents. And I did hit it. I ended up winning 90, I think it was 92 coins. So that's a smarter play because you're still picking 3 numbers. It's easier to hit 3 than 4. So, or 5. So, yes, there's people out saying, no, I hit 6 numbers. No, I hit 5. I hit 7. Yeah, when? This year or was it last year? You got to remember something. You go to play to win when you're playing now, not trying to reminisce you won 16 months ago. You need to try to win every time you play. I don't want to hear, I go out there just for a recreation. No, if you're going to do that, give me the money. I'll tell you some stories about gambling. That'll be more recreational. So, yeah. So what I did was I added a quarter, and I did hit the 92 quarters. As a matter of fact, I hit it twice, and then I got tired of playing because unless you keep adding more quarters, you'll win more money. But I left and I went to play craps because the crap table was screaming and hollering, so I had to go over there and play craps. So, yeah, I mean, it's up to you. If you want to play your numbers, there was a guy that sat next to me because the Cowboys are in town. And he sat next to me with this big old cowboy hat. I think it was from Abilene. And he never played Keno. And so I said, well, why don't you put it on Keno? Let me show you. So I showed him. I said, pick 3 numbers. He picked, when he graduated, he picked, I think it was his age. And he picked, I can't remember what it was, something else. It was years born, something. He picked those 3 numbers. He hit it the first time. I said, hey, you just hit it. And he goes, what? You just hit it. All 3 of them are blinking. The first hit, he won his 3 numbers. And then while I was sitting there talking to him about the Cowboys are in town, he hit it 3 more times. But we were there probably, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes. But he hit 3 more times. And I told him, you should have put in another quarter or 2. You'd made probably, Who knows, triple, but it's up to you. You can do what you want, but try three numbers. Just pick three numbers and leave them. You're eventually you're gonna hit it. You just leave three numbers. But anyway, okay, these are tips on casino games. But the story, the ball drops. Yeah, the reason why I told those stories in my book is because I wanted to let you know where I was at that time, and this was in I think in 1996. I think it was in 96 because I could see I came here in a 73 truck. Yeah, it was in August of 95. Oh, it was in August of 95. That was when I first got here. That I was in construction here for 4 years, 2 months in Vegas, and then later I came back in 2005. I did go to school for. I do have my certificate in as a dealer, and I came here in 95, and I stayed till 96, and I went back home because I had a back issue. Well, I kind of got that resolved, but I just didn't go back to. I dealed in California after that, and I just got back, so that was in 2006. So yeah, so those stories. The reason why I told those stories because I wanted everybody to know how far I advanced, or just I'm like everybody else. The only difference is I wanted to know why the casino wins. Why do they win? How come they're building all these casinos and elaborate chandeliers and stuff? Because you paid for them, especially people that play slot machines. I'm sorry, you do. 75 to 80% of the revenue is slot machines. That's why you see all the slot machines. There's a casino in California. I'm not going to say the name. I don't care for that casino. Me and my brother went in there and tried to get a bowling center in there because he's a PBA professional bowler, Joseph Delatorre. And they actually told us, it says, if we had our way, we'd get rid of everything, all the employees, everybody. We just have nothing but slot machines because that's where they're going to make their money. So, yeah, you do win a slot. I did play slot quarters. I used to play the Elvis machine quarters. And, yeah, I did win. But, I picked a machine that I knew because you can do this. If you ever play whatever game you're playing, I don't care, Wheel of Fortune, Elvis machine, or Wizard of Oz, or whatever you're playing, it doesn't matter. If you find a machine that you know pays, that's actually paying you, and say you play another machine later or the next day you come, but it's not the same machine you're playing, and the machine is just not paying. And then you get back on that machine that you actually want, and that machine pays again. It just pays. What you should do is get the serial number of that machine, and whatever type of machine it is, and memorize it. Because I can guarantee you, this is my personal opinion, that machine is one of the machines that are paying off. I'm telling you what I know, because I've seen this in a couple other casinos. Those machines, because there's machines that do pay. Some machines are dead. They're dead machines. They just take everything. But there's a lot of machines that are loose. Some that I know I've won are where you walk in and there's a tail here that says they're not. Yes, they are, because I actually picked one time at, I'm not going to say the casino. I picked it, and right where there was all the traffic coming towards it. There was a couple of them, but I picked that one, and that one, jeepers, I must have won $1,200 3 times. This was way back then, and it was quarters. But and there was another machine. I'm not going to say the casino. That machine paid. It was the only machine where I was dealing blackjack. That machine was the only machine I noticed was winning. That machine, for some reason, was paying $400, sometimes $500, $600. It just kept paying, and one day it hit 1,000. And then I stopped on break, and I looked at the number and the machine. I looked at the machine. I memorized the serial number. Now, this is my opinion. So if anybody in the gaming control board, this is my opinion. I'm not be making it up. Yeah, right. So I got the number and the machine, and I told the floor, I'm not going to say her name, I said, that machine's always paying. She goes, I know. I said, we can actually play that machine on our day off because dealers can play regular machines, but you can't play a progressive. Dealers cannot play progressive machines, but you can play a regular machine. And it's actually not where you work. It has to be at a sister property. You can't play at your own casino, but you can't play progressive. So I thought about coming, sneaking in, but I said, nah, I better not do it. So what happened is this lady came up to me, and I'm not going to tell you what race because you can't do that anymore. But this lady came up to me and asked me, "Does this place ever pay?" And I told her, "Okay, this might be fictional. Okay, it might be. Oh, it might be. It's already past 6 months. So I guess I can say it. I'm not gonna say the name of the casino, but she came up to me and asked me. She says, "Does this place even pay?" I says, "Yes." And I said, "Come here." I go, "Come here." And I says, "You see that machine over there? That machine that's behind that, it was some kind of a poster. See that poster? Go play that machine behind that poster." And I says, just play it just put $100 and see what happens. Just keep playing it. You ain't gonna believe what happened. I went, I think, was that a break? Or I think I got off break. And I came back 20 minutes later, and I got back on my table because we had a lot of dealers there, so it was 20. Usually dealers are 40 on, 40 off. Sometimes if there's a lot of dealers, they go 20 minutes and then they send a couple of home, or the ones who want to go home. Craps is usually an hour. They get a break every hour because it's a 3-man table. So we had a lot of dealers, so we were doing 20. I was great. 20 minutes I worked, 20 minutes off. So I came back on my break 20 minutes later. And the reason why I'm saying that is because a lot of dealers say, "Wait a minute, you don't get 20 minutes, it's 40. No, if there's a lot of too many dealers that they have that night, they'll probably ask who wants to go home at halftime. Or some people just go home. There's been people just went home right there because they don't like paying dealers and 20 minutes. And we go back to the break room every 20 minutes. So I came back and I saw that lady playing the machine. I went right past her. I didn't want to talk to her because I was freaked out. I said, "No, I hope this lady doesn't come up to me." And all of a sudden I heard, "Ran, ran, ding, 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 ran, ran." That's all I heard. Ran, ran. I look over there and I said, "I bet that machine hit." And I told the floor, I'm not going to say her name. I want to say her name because I kind of liked her. So she came over and I said, "Hey, go see if that machine hit." She went over there. Guess what? That lady won $10,000. That lady won $10,000. And you know what I was saying? Oh, if she comes and tips me, that'd be fine. But I might get in trouble because she's going to tip me, and they're going to say, "Why are you tipping him?" So, but she won 10 grand. But what I'm telling you is, you need to find a machine that is paying. Just remember the machine. And the other thing I'm going to tell you about that story, I came back, it was the next day, and the machine was gone. That machine, that lady won 10 grand, it was gone. I said, "Oh man, they took that machine out." And I was looking around, guess what? It was right behind me. They moved it from there to here. It was the same machine. They just moved it. Because people don't look at the serial number. It was, because there's sometimes you see 4 or 5 Cleopatras or 10 Elvis machines. You got to look at the serial number and keep the serial number and the type of machine. And then also if it's a 3, 4, 5 reel, you got to remember all that. Just write it down or take a picture of the machine. So they just moved it. And the other thing to confirm that, I'm gonna say it. I used to go to the Hilton. I used to play the Elvis machine, the 6 machine over quarters. Originally, it was dollars. It was dollars at the time when I first started playing it. I just happened to get on that machine and play it, and it just happened to hit. I won, what was it? I won $500 the first hit, which was in 20 minutes. And then I said, "Well, this machine's probably not going to hit no more." I said, "Screw it. Let me just keep playing it," because they kept giving me drinks. And I hit another $200, and then I hit another $85, and then it stopped paying. But I said, "I bet you that sequence is going to come around," but I didn't know when it was going to come around, and I was going to be putting the money back. So I left, and I came back. When I came back, it had to be 3 months later. It was about 3 months later. I came back, and I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It was the same machine, and guess what? I won $700. I won $700. And the guys at the black blackjack table were looking at me saying, that guy just sat down. He already won $700. It was the same machine. But I'm telling you, it's true. This is my opinion, just in case. It's my opinion. But you just, like I said, just get the machine. And these are tips on casino games. Trust me, it happens. Because I normally don't play slot machines. Because, like I said, 75 or 80% of the casino's revenue. So if you're ever going to play slot machines, I suggest you play video poker and max bet. Always max bet, because that's my brother doesn't really care to play machines, and wherever he's at, if he's waiting for somebody or he's waiting to buy something to eat, because a lot of the casinos do have line. When there's lines, the machines are right there. And he said he put in 1 quarter. He said he put I think it was 3 quarters. He put in a quarter, not in a quarter. Third time he put in a quarter, he won $200 and some. And I told him, how many quarters was it? He said it was 5. Can you imagine you put 5? I said, what was the jackpot? It was probably huge, but he won $250 for a quarter. So you always put max. I did tell the story about I think it was with Gypsy on episode 2. The Megabucks here in Nevada. It's all actually, that Megabucks machine is in every casino, and it's all through Nevada. It's not just in Vegas. It's in Reno. It was in Atlantic City. I'm not sure. But anyway, that's a progressive. And I did tell the story that the guy was playing. He had to go to the bathroom, and he didn't want to stop playing, and he had to go to the bathroom real bad, and he couldn't take it no more. He told his wife to stand here and make sure nobody plays this machine, because it was paying him and paying it. He just was playing it for so long that he didn't want to leave. So he went to the restroom, and a couple of people asked his wife, is he getting off? She said no. He went to the restroom. So they were all kept telling, no, he's gone. He's gone. He's not going to come back. She said, no, he's coming back. He says, well, he's not playing. And so you have the right, when you or your wife or girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever, you can even ask one of the waitresses. You can ask one of the waitresses either to stay there and watch the machine while you go to the restroom, or you can call the floor and tell them to stand there while you go to the restroom. You can do this. Now, there's things that a lot of people don't know. I know it. So you can do this. So the guy came back, and there was a giant crowd around the Megabucks machine. And what happened was his wife put in $1 instead of $3. Put in $1. She hit Megabucks. She won $5,000. If she would have put in that time in that sequence, those 3 coins, they would have won. I think it was I don't know if it was 12 or 9 million, something like that. Anyway, the guy was screaming and hollering, and he cold cocked her, and he knocked her out. And he went to jail. But that's just a story. Actually, the story's about putting in max bet, not when he cold cocked her. So, but anyway, max bet. Just play poker. Video poker is the best thing, because you can actually change your bet. The other game I do play is Deuces Wild. I like Deuces Wild because you can change your bet. If you get how to play Deuces Wild is the whole idea is trying to get wiles. So don't do this. Don't hit a 7-7 and a 9 and 9. Don't keep those and think you're going to hit a wile or a full boat. Don't do that. Get rid of either the 7s or the 9s. It doesn't matter if they're 2 aces and 2 deuces. It doesn't matter. Just get rid of 2 of them and try to hit wiles. Or you might hit a deuce and a deuce. You might hit 4 of a kind. Or you might have a deuce, deuce, wild. You might hit 5 of a kind. The whole idea of playing Deuces Wild is to hit wiles. That's what you want to do. I did that at Sam's Town when I was living here. I went up there and I was trying to hit Megabucks, and I played and kept screwing around with me. I put $100 in. I ended up with $60. After I looked down, I look at this poker machine, and I took the $60 out and stuck it in there, and that was a regular poker machine, because I hit I hit within, I think it was within probably, I say 20 minutes. I had an ace. I think I had an ace and an ace, and I think I had I think I had 3 aces, and I kept them. I said, well, whoopie-doo, I got 3 of a kind. I hit that button. I hit another ace, and then I hit the I think it was a 2 kicker. I think I hit the 2 kicker. If I would have hit the 4 kicker, I would have won. I would have won the double. I won $2,000 hitting the kicker. If you ever play the machines, you'll learn what it tells you right there on the pay table. So I hit the 2 kicker and I won 2,000. If I would have hit the 4, I would have won it double at 4,000. And it was all screaming and lights were going on, and the lady told me, "Oh, you hit the jackpot." Right. And I look up, it says 61,000. I go, "I hit 61,000." He goes, "No, that's that you hit the jackpot on the regular machines jackpot, not that progressive jackpot." So I told her, "Oh, I thought I hit that big one." And she goes, "Oh, excuse me, I'll take the money." I said, "Well, no, it's all these lights are going around, and look how loud it is, and I won only 2,000." It didn't matter. Anyway, so that was funny because after I collected that and signed a W-2G, because it's the W-2G, you got to sign to pay taxes, Uncle Sam. I wasn't going to play the machine no more because I figured, I hit the jackpot. So I had, God, I don't know how many quarters are in there. No, they were dollars. I had God, it must have been 400 and some dollars still in the machine. So I said, let me play half. I hit four sixes in probably within 5 minutes, and I got $250. And the lady I told her, "Come over here, I need trays to put these dollars in." So she was helping me put the dollars in, and I said, "Go cash these." So she went over there and cashed them, and right when she was walking back up to me, I hit 4 sevens, and I was, "Whoa, go get some more trays." I got more trays, and then she got I had stacks of dollars right there. Plus I had that 2,000 in my pocket. And then she left. And then I'd say 15 minutes later, I hit 4 more sevens. And then I called the guy who came and reset the machine after the 2,000. I asked him, "Am I on TV? Is this a show? Are you guys filming me?" I says, "This isn't real, is it?" He goes, "Yeah, it's real." I go, I was looking around to see if they were, filming for, let's see what this guy's reaction, because I couldn't believe this. And then when the guy walked away, the lady was helping with all the quarters because I kept throwing a bunch of dollars in her tray because I was so far ahead. And then she walked away, and then she was just around the corner. I hit 4 sixes again. I go, "All right, that's it. I'm done. They got me on film. This got to be a commercial." And I hit 4 sixes, and then I think I cashed everything out. And I think I played. I said, "Let me put $50 in it." And $50, I lost it and I quit. But that was crazy because I won that. And actually, what happened was the day before, that night before that, I was at the Rio and I was playing craps. I won $1,100 at craps, and I went back to my apartment to dump off the money because I still had my check, $700 on me. So I threw all the money on the desk. And I jumped in, I laid there in bed, and I was looking at the ceiling thinking, should I stay home? And I said, "Nah, I'm not going to stay home." And my daughter's probably going, "It figures." So I said, "I'm going to take $400. That's all I'm going to take." And that's when I went to Sam's Town and won all that money. So I came home. I swear I was walking like I don't know, my pockets were so full of $100 bills. My wallet, I couldn't bend it. All the hundreds were in my front, my back pockets. I was hoping somebody wouldn't jump me. It was incredible. I bought my son a TV, and I bought me one for when I was staying here. And I was on a win streak for 3 weeks. I was on a win streak. I'm telling a story because I never told the story to actual people. I told a few people, my daughter, but I never really told this real story. There's a ton of stories I have that really happened to me, and I don't care if people believe me or not. This is stuff that does happen in Vegas. People do win like this. I was on a win streak for 3 weeks. 3 weeks I was on a win streak. I couldn't believe it. Sometimes I lose $200, and then I'd win $500. I lose $400. I win $900. I just kept winning. I lose, but I kept winning more than I was losing. And then I would go home, and then I wouldn't play for a couple of days, and I go to work, and I only told one guy at work. His name was Vern, and he didn't believe me, but he was a cool buddy of mine. He looked like Shamar Lamore, if you guys ever know who he is. And all the girls were after this dude. So anyway, so I went back. I remember I was looking at the clock. I was looking at the clock. It was 5 minutes to. This is a trip. It was 5 minutes to 8 at night, and I had to go. It was a Thursday night. It was a Thursday night, and I was. I was looking at the clock because I was on that win streak, and I wanted to keep going back, and I go, maybe it's not a good idea. I look at the clock, and it was 5 minutes to 8, and I go, you know what, screw it. Let me take $200, and I'll go to the Showboat. That's when the Showboat was here. So I went to the Showboat. I walked up to the crap table. I got halfway to the crap table, and because I hear this guy singing on stage. You know what it was? It was Sha Na Na, Bowser and Lenny. I said, wow, what was the name? Lenny and Bowser were singing. I can't remember the band, but anyway, I go, wow. I go, nah, I don't see him. I'm gonna go play crap. So I got to the table, and the Dieter, there was nobody there, and the Dieter told me, don't play. I said, what do you mean, don't play? Why? It's that bad? He goes, it's horrible. No matter who comes up here, they just keep losing. I said, I'm just letting you know, but you didn't hear that from me. And I told him, you know what, screw it, I'm gonna change. I threw the $200 down. I bought him for $200, and I start playing, and I got on a hot streak. And actually, what I did was, I normally don't do this. The point was, I think it was 9, and I played $30, 6 and 8, and 25 9. I normally don't do that, and I had 25 on the pass line, $50 odds. I normally don't do that. I didn't care because I had so much money in my apartment, and so I'd start throwing. I was the only one throwing, man. I was on a hot streak. I must have threw for 20 minutes. 20 minutes straight. I kept hitting my points. I was pressing my best, $60, 6 and 8, $50, 5, or whatever. Now then I started taking $100 pass line bet, $100 odds or $200 odds. I kept throwing. And I just kept, the guy, Dieter looked at me and he goes, holy shit, man, what you got there? I go, I don't know, about $1,500. And he goes, wow. And I kept throwing. I said, I don't believe this crap. And I kept throwing, and I kept pressing my bets and playing more in the pass line. If you find somebody that keeps throwing passes, which keeps making their numbers on a pass line, and you're taking odds and even full odds, you watch how fast you rack up $100 bills. You watch how fast you rack it up. I'll never forget a guy threw it 4 times in a row. He got his point. He hit a point. He hit it. Threw a point. He hit it 4 times in a row. I made like $800 in 4 rolls just like that. And I wasn't even playing that much. So anyway, I finally 7 out. And there was a guy that came up to the table, and he looked at the money that I just lost. I don't know what it was. It might have been almost $300 out there. But this is what people look at. They go, this guy just lost $300. No, I started with 200. I bought him for 200. It took that money to win this money. You give up 300 to win over. I won over $2,000. It was over $2,000. So they're looking at the 300 I lost, but they're not looking at the chips in my rack. I mean, I've done this tons of times. That's why I like craps. You can win money really fast, but you can lose money too. But if you get my book, it's in the book Winning Ways. I teach you how to hedge bet, or how to press pull, and that's really important. And using money management in craps, because if the table's bad, you start hedge betting. So what happened is that guy got the dice, and he threw for about 15 minutes. So anyway, this story just kept going. But what happened is another 2 people came to the table. I looked at that guy. I go, you know what? This is no good, because it was just me and him. So I started making some bigger bets. So after everything's said and done, this is funny, because I end up winning $2,235. So that's a $2,035 profit. And the guy that told me don't play, I go, see, you never know. Reminds me of my cousin George. God rest his soul. He was a good guy, but me and George, that's the only we agreed on. You never know. So what happened is I cashed out, and I went over there and stared at Lenny and Bowser for a minute. And I go, man, I got to get home because I got to go to work tomorrow. And a lot of people don't believe me, because they said, if you would have won that money, you would have never went to work. No, that's not the point. Why would I not go to work? Because I was in construction. I think I was making an average of maybe 200. Well, actually, a day after tax, I would be making a little more than $200 a day. So if I didn't go to work and I stayed home, that's like $200 that I'm giving up, that because I stayed home. So I just don't do it. If I'm going to be doing that, I would stop gambling because you need to go to work. Make sure to pay your bills because I learned that lesson too. So so what happened was it was funny because when I got home, I left the TV on. When I got home, I sat in that chair and I looked at the clock. Guess what time it was? 5 minutes to 9. I was cracking up saying, I've been gone 1 hour. I made $2,035 in 1 hour. It was a trip. But these stories really happened to me. This stuff really happened to me. There's tons of stories I can tell you. You just don't know. You don't know. I mean, the slot machine story, the one I have in the book, Table on Fire, that was at, I think it was at the MGM or the Hilton, one of them. I think it was at the Hilton. I bought him for $300. My first $44. But I know what I'm doing too. You got to remember this. I know what I'm doing. I understand the game. I understand percentages and ratios and casino odds. And I also use money management. My first $44, I won total. Hold on here. I bought in for $300. And I think I did. I think the story. I think I told the whole story. Maybe it was 800. I lost $800 in 20 minutes, and I took 1,800 with me, and I stopped. I said, "Stop, Richard, stop." So I walked around. I think it was a Hilton. I walked around, and I stopped at a blackjack table. I said, "Let me count cards." Everybody knows I can count cards. So what happened is I got to the table. And it was a new shoe. All card counters, you got to start with the shoe. Six deck shoe. Don't play single, double decks. You get too many stiff hands. And you can go through a lot of my episodes and talk about that a lot. So what happened is in those episodes will say blackjack, so you can find out from those. So what I did is I bought in for, I think it was $200. And there was a guy playing by himself. He was there. He said he was there after I won. He was all pissed off. He was there, I think he said, at 2 hours, and he didn't really win anything. But what happened is I started 6x2. I started counting the count, and the count of 6x starts at 25, get rich at 49, getting rid of 2 cards versus 1 large. It's 2.25%. Once you get rid of, in a single deck, when those cards match, 2 small, 1 large, there should be 4 cards left over. So in 6 decks, there'll be extra 24 cards that you have to get rid of before the count becomes rich at 49. After 49, you start getting rich in 10s. So the count's going up. In other words, there's a lot of 10 value cards left. And which one is that one on? That one's on page. There's a blackjack card stiff hand. I think it's 820. Yeah, it's on page steps of card counting. That's on page 21. It starts at page 23. But I tell you all, page 24. It tells you all about the starting count. So you gotta have a starting count, whatever deck you're playing. So what happened is I end up. I don't know how much time I got. I'm just rambling on. But anyway, this is interesting because I never really told these stories to people. Only the people that I know, but this is the audience. This actually happened to me. I've been doing this for horses. I can tell you horses. Oh, God, the stories I can tell you about horse racing. That's another, oh, God, that's 9 years. 9 years. I supported myself 9 years playing horses with $9,000. That's a funny thing, $9,000 per each year. But I was winning, losing too. But so what happened I started counting the 6 decks, and the count went up immediately. And so what I did, I was playing $10, and then I started playing 2 hands, which I tell you in my book on tips on casino games. Always play 2 hands. Don't play 3. I did scenarios on it. You're better off playing 2 because a lot of times you lose one, the other one pays that one. But don't play 3 hands. Why do you think the casino offers you 3 hands? Because it's better to play 2. You can play 1, but to me, you're better off playing 2 hands. So what happened was, if it's a $5 table, you got to put 10 and 10. That's the only thing that they make you do. So if it's a $10 table, you can't play 10 and 10. It's got to be 20 and 20. So anyway, I started playing. It was a $10 table, so 20 and 20. And I started hitting double downs and splitting. And then I went from 20 to 40. Then I was playing $50, 50 and 50. Then I was playing, I was double down and I was splitting. One shoe, I won $1,365 in one shoe. And I was counting cards, but I knew what the count was, and the count was going up. So I knew when to split, when to double down, and when to take a card, when not to take a card. And the guy next to me, when the shoe was over, the guy next to me was all pissed off and told the dealer, how can he's winning? I've been sitting here 2 hours and this guy comes along. He won all that money, and I couldn't tell him I was counting cards. I said, I should have told him, hey, why don't you buy my book? So what happened I heard that table that I lost at $800 in 20 minutes. I heard it screaming and hollering. So what does Richard do? Cash me out. I'm going to the crap table. She goes, why? You're doing so good here. I go, no, just cash me out. $1,365. I went back to that table. I bought it for $300 and boom, uphill. I won a total between the craps and the blackjack. I won $9,600. I knew the dealer. His name was Rodney. He was really cool. I used to, a lot of times I know these dealers at the Stardust, the Rio, and the Hilton at the time. I knew a lot of the dealers because I always tip them. I tip your dealers. Trust me, it puts you in the game, and it puts them in the game. And sometimes if you make mistakes, they tell you, hey, your money's in front of you. Especially how many times I was hammered. So, and then there's a couple of times, I'm going to say this. There's some times on a hard four, I lost it because it came up soft 3-1. It's supposed to be, came up 2 deuces. And they pretend, they look around like they didn't see it, or they leave my money there. And that's my opinion. So maybe I didn't say that. But yeah, I won that. The girl was shooting. The girl was kicking ass. She just kept shooting and shooting. So she did 7 out, and it came back around to me. And then actually, when I won that money, I was actually, the Cowboys were in town. I had 4 guys next to me. They were all 6'4", 6'5" with cowboy hats, and they were playing $10, and they were taking no odds and just that. I said, you guys need to start taking odds. And what's that? So I showed them, and then I told them, you need to take 6 and 8. So they were doing that too, and they were making all this money, and they couldn't believe they were making all this money. But the table was hot. It was a good table. And I got back to that same girl, and I said, I'm going to do this because I'm so far off. I put $500 on the pass line, and I put $500 for odds. Well, once a point became 4, and I was going to put 1,000, and these guys kept calling me money bags. Money bags, listen to money bags, and she threw a 9, and then I go, she's going to hit this. So I had $25 on hard 4, so I pressed it up $75. I had $100 hard 4. I had $500 pass line, $500 odds. Guess what came up next? This story is true. This is called Table on Fire, and what happened is she threw the dice really hard. One came on over here, and no, that one came and stopped right here. And the other one, you'll see this on a table. That one die was just spinning really, really fast, just spinning. And I went, oh no, because a lot of times 5 comes up. It doesn't matter. That ratio is 1 in 6 of me hitting the other deuce. That's the ratio. And I go, God, just don't be a 5. It came up a deuce. I hit a hard 4. I won $2,200 on that one roll that she threw. $2,200. And I told Rodney, I'm quitting. He goes, good, quit. Because if you go over $10,000, now this is another thing I'm going to tell you. If say I bought him for 300 and I win 10,200, and there's no taxes on that. If you go over $10,000 on a table game, you have to sign a W-2G. But you remember this: don't let the box man or the floor manager tell you anything different. I bought in for $300. That's my $300. So if I win 10,200, you got to minus my original 200 plus my 100. Now I won $9,900. So there's no taxes. So that's the other thing that I'm telling you. These are casino tips. The other thing on that, if you win 10,000, what I got? 10,000. Say you win 10,000. Say you bought in for $100 and you win 10,000, I don't know, 1,300. What you can do, you can either take that money and tell the floor, I'm not going to cash this in because I'm still here for 2 days. I want to put this inside the cage as a marker. So there's no taxes. You only get taxed only when you cash it in to leave. That's when you pay taxes. So you can leave it as a marker because you're not leaving, or you can actually say, I'm going to go play somewhere else. And if you don't win any more money, if you win more money, there's still taxes. But if you go under the 10,000 because you left the crap table, you say, I'm not done playing. I'm going to go play roulette or blackjack. So if you lose say you lose 400. So now you're down 9,900. There's no taxes. Or you can actually, it's up to you because you're going to pay a lot of taxes if you go cash that in. You're better off giving the dealers a $400 tip. I'm telling you, $400 tip. But guess what? I'm leaving $400 as a tip. Now you're going to only cash in $9,900. There's no taxes because if you cash in that $10,000, or actually $10,300, if you cash that in, not only are you going to pay about $3,300 in taxes on that money you just won, but at the end of the year, you're going to have to pay full taxes on that plus what you make in income. So you're better off giving the dealers $400. These are tips on casino games. They're not going to tell you. They can't tell you. The IRS gives them. They can only tell you so much. But the IRS has rules. You cannot do that. You can leave front money. You can leave. You cannot hide money in Las Vegas. You can leave front money at any of your casino, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, and you can play. And whatever money is in the casino, you can actually leave it there as front money, and go back home, and you might get a surprise in the mail. You might get airline tickets, free airline tickets, and free room and free limo rides back to that same casino because that's not their money. That's your money. It's front money. There's people that do it all the time. Whales do it. They have $1 million account. They get suites, limos, shows, free food. What is it? Orange juice in their bathtub. You won't believe the stuff that people do in Las Vegas. I'm not going to tell you about the guy who ordered Pepto-Bismol in his tub. You wouldn't believe the stories that went on here. The actually stuff that really goes on here in Las Vegas. It's crazy. When I lived here these 5 years, you hear all these stories that goes on in Las Vegas. But what I got, Aaron?
Yeah, we're good. You got about 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Oh, I can keep going. I didn't think I was going to go this long about my stories. I was going to actually go to the. Well, I was going to go to the book, 64. These are all stories that really happened. There was a guy that, see, I like to say his race, but I can't. I just because they gamble a lot, and people probably know. I know what you're talking about. So anyway, I was at the MGM, and two stories. Let me really quick. There was a guy playing blackjack. I was standing at the crap table watching it, and I turned around and watched this guy. He had brown chips. Each one was $5,000. He played 3 hands. He lost the first 3. That was 15 grand. No, yeah, 5 chips. No, he had 6 chips. And he lost the first 3. That was 15 grand. And I was saying, well, I got to watch this guy. So I was just checking it out. And then he played another hand, and he tied. He tied the dealer. And then the next hand he lost, so that's 4. And then he played the next hand. He lost that one, so he was down $25,000. And then he walked away about 30 feet. I was watching this guy. God, 30 grand? You know what I got to do with how much gambling I got to do with 30 grand or 25 grand? He came back. He got back to the table, and he put the 5,000 down. And the dealer, I think he got dealt. He got dealt a ace. A 7 and an ace. She had 18. Guess what the dealer turned over? a 10 value card and a 9. I go, I don't believe it. That guy didn't even bat an eye. He just walked away. He lost $30,000 in probably, I don't know, 10 minutes. Because people do have this kind of money, and they do gamble. The other story is at the MGM, another story, they had a cigar convention. And It was a cigar convention, and it was table screaming and hollering. It was $100 minimum table, and this table was just on fire. And I was looking at these guys, just all these chips, and there were some were $500,000 chips that they won. And I walked around the guy, and said, "Hey, what's going on?" He goes, "Oh man, this table's on fire. It doesn't matter what we bet." Because sometimes that happens in the crap table. It doesn't matter what's going on, what you know. If as long as the dice keep coming up points or 7 when they're supposed to, or 11, you keep winning. So and that was one of those times. So he ended up he was up. He told me the night before he lost 20,000, and that guy, his buddy, was on the other side. He said he was down 30,000. Well, that was the day before. That guy was up 60. I think he said he was up 65,000. So he got his 20,000 back, and his buddy was almost up $100,000. But they were playing 500 all the hard ways, which is the same thing. A denomination of $5, $35. Well, if you play 500, it's 3,500 a shot. So he was hitting the hard ways, and it kept hitting of all numbers. They kept hitting a hard 10. And these guys were just shoving these guys. I think those chips were lavender, the thousands. No, lavender was 5,000. They were shoving this guy 5,000 or 6,000. Was it 7,000? 7,000 a shot on 6 and 8 and 5 and 9. And then he was hitting the 10s. So that right there on 5,000 is 10 grand. He kept shoving this guy's chips. And there were all these cigars that were smoking, all this smoke, and I said I can't take it. I'm leaving. I left. I never knew what happened. They just kept winning. And when I was walking away, all I could hear is screaming and hollering. I go, God, I wish I could have got on that table. But it was $100 minimum. But these are tips on casino games. This stuff does happen. You be careful with your recreational dollar. That's what you should be playing with, and not your kid's college or your house payment or your card payment. I know all about that. This was in the early days when I was first got involved with the table games and horse racing too. So just be careful. And if you really want to know a lot about how these games are the ratios and percentage, you need to get my book. It's in the book Winning Ways. I teach you all the ratios and percentages, all the tips on casino games, and all the house advantages. The actual the table, the actual casino's average, the average loss you make out of $100, and that's in the back. So you can go ahead and get that, and that's on what page? That page is on 78 and 79. There's on casino expected losses. Those are expected losses, but that's in the long run. So I guess I'm going to say goodbye here. I could probably keep going. I didn't think I got tons of more stories. But anyway, we'll see you next. Matter of fact, Brett will be here next Saturday and talk about a little bit about my book and go to sports gambling. So you want to stay tuned for that because he's going to give us football picks for Sunday and Monday. All right, we'll see you in about 3 weeks then. Full tilt.